What up? How you all doing? Back for some more Ace Attorney investigations. Hell yeah. We got the Pooch, who is being portrayed as the murderer, which probably didn't happen. He probably just licked the guy and got blood all over his mouth. Okay, continue. Continue, yes. Okay. Gannis was a notorious assassin. Is that too low? The music? Turn up just a little bit. Oh, hold on. Let me go live again real quick. I need to fix something. All right, we're back. We're back. I apologize for that. I had to update the title. Update the title. I am sorry. All right. Okay. Gannis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. Just want to move the mic just a little bit. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound of his victims would ever hear. Am I allowed to see his age, or is it going to be a question mark? Of course. 'Cause I don't know if he's like really old or what. So should I give him like an older voice? Or is he just... What kind of voice should we give him? What do you guys think? Alrighty, let's see here. But he's probably evil too, so try to think of like an older evil voice. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, I guess why I have to come see me. You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already. Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another. Suspicion of murder. Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat. Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. Is he talking to the dog? Because I saw the ear go woo. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, yes it is. You're a good boy, aren't you? Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He also is a trained killer. A weapon once used in the Mansoran trade. This witness of yours, is he trustworthy, I assume? No. Frank saw it as. Saw it as anything but trustworthy. And he is very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach. Hey, no then. I thought as much. Yes, I did. Helmut, yes. It figures he already knew who our witness is. Your alibi. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Gannis? During the show, you mean? I was here. The ends conceded? In there, I don't think I've ever seen that word before. And conceded in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning. And have you permission to engage in such a hobby? I can't believe someone would actually let you. The warden and I have an understanding. Is that the king on his side? It's like a dog? Beast kind of looking thing? Huh. An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. They're nothing but lethal weapons in his hands. I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest had begun to wane. Whoa. Whoa. That must have taken forever. Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces such as these. Oh no, that's a Cerberus, okay. I didn't know you played chess. You play too, do you not, Prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me. Though you may find my game rather rudimentary. I only began after my arrival here, I'm afraid. What is that beast? A dog with 3 heads? Ah, yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war, soldiers, knights, and castles. All doing their utmost to protect the king. All loyal to the last. I've always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, What more, after all, what more loyal weapon could call an army upon? Still, it is simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not. I play by regular rules and with regular pieces. I can't imagine it'd be easy finding opponents to play here in a prison though. Oh, I have my correspondence. Correspondence chest then? Sharing moves by post? Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move. Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis. His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor, unfortunate soul. You keep an ear to the ground. My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth. Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network? Perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all. What do you mean? Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one, a crime for which he would have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president is no small matter. Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knight... Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and that was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? After they were attempting to cover up the President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the Bronxsters didn't actually pop the Prez? I was hired to defend him in a charge of attempted murder. You mean you don't really know what happened? So what, they're just blaming the whole assassination thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case to try to keep you away. And swapped in that Wiener kid to Why did you do that to me? Yeah. Oh man. To push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth. So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this Knight was it. They tell me he was violently insistent that has attempted no assassination, which would come out anyway when the case went to trial. I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say one thing. I know for certain that he would not have been the first inmate prison on false pretenses. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, it is. Yes. The courtroom is not always a bastion of truth, you believe me, or you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth. No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors, too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking. Is it any wonder that the courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. I was wondering if Lang was going to be in the game. If that's the only spot, that's going to be a shame. I was never able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors. Especially with the first case, dealing with Zhang Fa. Even Helmut understands. Don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth revealed in the court and your deductions. It's dangerous to trust either implicitly. But am I not bitter? You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. They even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air. Not those two again. Prosecutor Winter and Judge Gabal. They went over my cell with a fine-tooth comb. They even left empty-handed. They were looking for a murder weapon, I believe, to no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed. Well, that posed more a question than it answered. What do we do now? Saul's testimony is flimsy at best. I need more proper evidence if I want to take Canis on. Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmut, will you show... Or, hold on. I almost messed that up. Helmut will show you out. Good boy. Helmut, go on now. He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. Until next time, Mr. Canis. It does pain me our brief time must end, just as we were becoming reacquainted. Await your return, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, peace. Helmut. You're not supposed to climb that. He gave you specific permission not to climb that guy, and you did not listen. Now, to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. That's the best hiding spot she can find. It's alright, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I have no idea. He could move so that fast. Fender. So, What do we do now? You and I will continue the investigation. And all I know, just where to start. By solving one particular mystery that has been dogging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in the prison workshops, but he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those heavy security doors? Let's start by investigating the holding cells. And Mr. Knight's room, right? But what about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. But sure, he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well. The victim's cell is just over there. Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know who this is. I'll have just about it. Who's that? Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. He's still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct. No. And I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire? Oh. I couldn't help but overhearing. Warden Lagarde. But where you just talking about? Boda. Bodhihita Arma. Kindness. I'm probably gonna screw that up every time. That's all crazy word. My, were you listening? How very gaunch of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know. Do you normally conduct interrogations of a man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional I don't know, with everyone. You see. That's what it means to be a member of the family in the little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet. He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose this is the hottest ticket in town. It's down the corridor here, darling. But for your information, I don't just let anybody wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right around here. It's a wonderful room, if I do say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden and the yard? Ooh la la. The yard? If anything like the rest of the place, it's probably just an adorable animals, right? Can I see? Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take interest, but I'm afraid that's not possible. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it, that badly. You just have to get convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. Oh, but listen to me. Chatter away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for an ally's lunchy brunch. It's time for Allie's lunchy brunch. So I'm guessing that's the fox she has. If that is that a fox? I'm not sure. I don't know why a fox would be around her neck. Yeah, I don't know. Nah, who cares? The poor dear will be dying. Allie, the sweetest little deer all in the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now, to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. I wanted to ask her more about Candace, but she seems dominated by the conversation from the start to finish. Let's investigate the victim's cell, shall we? So this is Knight's cell. When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth? It would have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then at some point, he wound up in a prison proper. But how? There must have been some evidence here that points us in the right direction. Alright, let's get looking, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, what should we look at first? Bed? Game? I must scour the scene and expect everything that catches my attention. This must be Knight's suit jacket. So I've been doing some research of my own. Oh? And what have you discovered? I discovered that the guys who look good in suits tend to be popular with the ladies. But don't worry, guys with frilly neck ruffles are the next of my research list. Please stop. Hey look, this newspaper got a chunk of it missing. You're right. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell, but didn't have cleaning cloth. It's not totally implausible theory, I suppose. But who would try to clean their cell? Oh, there's something else. This bed doesn't look very comfortable. But that pillow is very clean, spotless in fact. I bet this is the kind of bed Gummy sleeps in. I can just picture it, can't you? No, I sense he's more of a mattress on the floor type. There's something different about this spot. There's something different about this spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did somebody wipe it down or something? Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though? The bowl is nice and spotless, and there are no signs that the toilet paper has been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here. What, are you serious? Why, what's wrong? There's no door. There's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little more about people who have to live here. I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. Yeah, they want to see you're still in here, so you're not like hiding behind there ready to ambush somebody. That's what it is. A standard bar window. No signs of it having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance of the killer escaping through here. Ah, I must remember to bring something to saw through the iron bars. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got a chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for an eventual escape. I must scour the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Or there's something sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Next move, bishop to g2. So here. To g2. So... oh, right here. What next? Rook. No. Pawn go to g6. The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What is a chess diagram? A visible representation of a game of chess. See how the locations where all pieces are marked? This seems to be this seems to be closely fought contest. Perhaps. If it's a pawn here, no, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This can't be the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It is from a distant perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at my evidence in my possession. Should I deduce? Eureka! Eureka! This chess game, I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus. I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove it to be vital now. Take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is? It's the chess that we saw in Mr. Canis' cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so... the rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare ones in Mr. Canis' cell with these. Do you notice anything? I don't know which pieces are which or anything, but if you turn a diagram like this, the pieces are all the same squares. Oh, thank you. Indeed, there's no dog on the diagram. But that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the position of the pieces are identical. And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight? This could be just proof that we need to show Mr. Canis had a connection to the victim. Y'all good here? Looks like it. Let's check this out. Looks like a food menu. Oh, what is that menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? It seems as those held in a detention center are able to choose what they would like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is. Oh, they have to pay for it? Money makes the world go around, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for the rich detainees? Well, okay, bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying that it's fine for people with money don't have the hard time of it as everybody else. Yuck. How did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system? Wow, that's a lot of books. Let me take a look. You'll laugh tomorrow. An ethology. Understanding animals' emotions. Life as a pet stylist. Isn't that what Salt's doing right now? Maybe there's more to Mr. Knight than meets the eye. Sadly, I don't think these were his. They were likely specially selected for a place here for detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. A second chance at life. Interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, I like to look at this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, making money while serving time. This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. Or is that everything here? Looks like a yes. Reflected in this mirror is a security camera. A security camera, a great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm to be honest. I think they might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard. I would like to retrieve the footage from that security camera to review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, re-inform me immediately. Yes, sir. Okay, done. We may be done here. Unless this chair does anything. No. And I can't leave. Oh no. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Notice anything? There's a lot more stuff in here than I expected. Indeed. And it doesn't seem to have belonged to Mr. Knight. Some of the books here, for example, seem permanent fixtures. You know, I don't think of being in here to be all that bad, really. You're welcome to give it a try. I certainly won't stop you. So go steal something so we can finally arrest you right now. No thanks. But since we're here, I might as well case the joint, you know, just in case. So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get looking. Chess. Chess is a pretty popular pastime in here, huh? I mean, Mr. Knight even asked Simeon to bring him his chess set. I'm afraid I have to disagree. In fact, as far as I can see, only 2 people were enthralled as to owe a chess set. Mr. Knight and oh, you mean that scary guy? Yes. Could it be really a coincidence that they're both such great fans of chess? Oh, that's it? Okay. Logic time. Drawer, newspaper, white floor. Please don't bump me. Because I really don't have. This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice. It's wine. Just call it wine. Just go back and switch it, please. Who knows? But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out pages of that newspaper. Why would he just ask the guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. Investigation complete. Hey, I actually kind of needed that. I think we're about exhausted in the cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canis and the victim. Is this the guard or is this somebody else? This is bad, sir. Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. Was that a cat? That black thing, is that dog, right? Until now, our assumption was the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. Now, I doubt that was the dog, because that was way too small to be the dog. That had to have been a cat or something. Maybe a bird or something way smaller than a dog. But it seems the assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location. I'm assuming it's holding cells, but do I have to pick a specific one? Because I don't know which one is actually his. So I'll just put it on holding cells.
Take that!
Right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis's dog. This is just the evidence we need. Can I rewatch that? Because that did not look like the dog at all. And if this is where Knight was actually murdered, then one of those pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was a crime scene, which piece of evidence takes a new significance? Oh, would it be the glove? Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think it's a dog. This dog would have been, because it covered just its face, it looked like. So this dog has to be at least half the body, right? It was pretty big in that cell because we were right next to it. Can I watch it again? No. Oh man. Ah. Oh. Would it be the glove? I'm not sure. This is where I get dinged for something dumb. So it claims to see a dog biting the victim's throat. He doesn't seem to like me very much. Okay. If it was the dog could have dragged it all the way back. But that doesn't seem likely because then the blood would be a line from here to the place he was found, I would assume. Let's start with glove. It's probably wrong, but
Take that!
Nope. Yes, this piece of evidence now means her. What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? You're very quiet all of a sudden. Ahem. I'm fine, Kay. Actually, I'm overthinking this. If Knight were in fact killed in his cell, then this one piece of evidence we found here takes on a whole new meaning. If it's not the glove. So I guess that could have been just placed there then. Or he dropped it like a dum-dum because he was trying to rob him because he is a thief / murderer. I'll try the dog. If the dog's not it, then I am stuck.
Take that!
Alright, skip through it. It's not the dog. Harp?
Take that!
Am I overthinking this? Because maybe I am.
Take that!
Damn, really? I just got all that stuff back just to waste it again. Oh, shit.
Take that!
Is it the floor?
Take that!
Always, yeah. Gotcha. How's this now? The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces of blood. And report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir. Now we can really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth? No, not yet. We still don't know how the Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper. Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, Coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and to see what they have to tell us. You two tell me now. Okay, time to get asking, huh? Oh, he is here. Okay. Thanks for the tour. Later. Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shi Lang of Interpol. He's in charge of the case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zhangfa after that. But here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang. You could say that. Nothing that needs concern you, though. First a black hound, and now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait. Why are you all alone today? Did you forget you got my assistant arrested? That's true. Usually accompanied by an army of police officers. Okay, never mind. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple days back? He must mean the incident with the president of Zhangfa. Actually, I had thought you might have been there as well, heading up the security detail. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe until now. He thinks twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which means, so he meticulously about investigating with hand-picked cream of the crop officers rising to the top? Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm the real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Just tell us. Because you know you want to help. Stop. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, I'd very much like to know why. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's start talking to these guards. Oh man, I'm so much in trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Where in the world did you get that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope to track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Is a mysterious man that gives cards away have anything to do with this? I was wondering, have you an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing? No way. If I had, I'd... Well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing on guard here. So did you and this dog have some kind of history or something? Now, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Candace's dog has been spotted on the side of those heavy security doors. Hey. Those my faithful assistants I see before me. Bender, and where have you exactly been? Where I've been? I've been looking for you two. Been searching high and low now. Wandering low through the prison halls. It was terribly, I tell you. But the prison's over there, on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some serious dynamite material. You want to hear it? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards, and they told me something. Intreasement. Not meant. Intreasant. Turns out the Bronxer had himself a little incident 2 days ago, post-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident. Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard, and he was handcuffed, obs. The Bronxer clobbered him, knocked him down, and the poor guy called out. That other one got completely stuffed and didn't let me read it. Sounds like I might have been prelude to a jailbreak. Because the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit in the fries of the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, turned up dead. And what's more, he swore the right to the end. He never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but had no dice. The guard who struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy is still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is he's still there. So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. Oh, who's this? What the hey, you losers! That's all we need. Oh, these two. Why are you still hanging around like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense. You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. No, I liked it the other way. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gaval, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Don't touch me. Or not, I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. A prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain. It is not the problem if I'm not getting paid, though correct. Exactly what he said. Miles is just here as a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So how you work without reward? The goddess would surely approve. Yeah, I'm a regular philanthropist. Judge Gavelle, I was hoping to ask you about the grounds of Simeon Saint's arrest. For that information isn't you. Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gavelle. I'm always for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real wiener. How is it verbal combat? If you won't let me speak, still, this could be really useful. Fine. We'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. Oh, he cut her off again. Will you stop doing that? Ha ha ha. Now, Gavelle, watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will, so badly, your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Mr. Edgeworth. Reason for arrest. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. I found the evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for winning incontro, inconceivable, conclusive proof? And who saw the first? Why, me of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. That testimony sucked. I'm sorry. Where do I even begin? Look at you, utterly lost into words face such as mastery, I mean. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have any authority to do so, Mr. Winter? Well, obviously, it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it. So I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavelle is silently thinking over there. You're a big butthead, Mr. Alright, I have nothing to go on, so pause. I'm just checking, but you do know it was you arrested, correct? Is this some kind of joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was Simeon Saint. Good to know he remembers that much at least.
Hold it!
Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed. Hold on. I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me. The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, since Damning is right. And it was on the strength of that evidence that decided to arrest him. Was it a chessboard? It's simple. Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing.
Hold it!
Evidence of him was all over that thing? Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winter? Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hope that even you could put 2 and 2 together. Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come on, you synths. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look even keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess was covered in fingerprints of a certain simian saint. Praise be the goddess of justice for her insight that she offers. Hey, congratulations once again, Eustace. That doesn't mean he killed him. You would have no object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. No, by all means, please do. Yeah, because you had to bring it in. No wonder his fingerprints will be on it.
Hold it!
Were you the one that actually found the prints, were you? Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics. The fingerprints are certainly a problem. But then, that chest was. I should take another look at the evidence. I'll do that, Justin, you know. So just in the middle. Alright, we already read all this. Is this all the same? The office, I don't know, black and white. Most pieces, sorry, yep, this is all the same so far. Nothing different yet. Alright, press.
Hold it!
The only incontrovertible fact that here is that you don't know the proper testimony. What are you talking about? It is not my fault you can't keep up. Perhaps I could be as bold to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found on the scene belong to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Simeon, or Mr. Saint. I think you'll all agree that Saints were only prints that had no business being there. Yes, exactly. Now do you get it, Edgeworth? I do, but I'm not sure about you. Were they just on a chess set, or were they somewhere else in that room? That's one thing they haven't,
Hold it!
If there were other prints at the crime scene, shouldn't those people be suspects too? Other people? I don't think so. And why not? Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chess set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow his prints were there, despite the fact that they had no business being there. Do they not know he brought the set to them? Exactly, which means Mr. Saint was, Saint is He's neither a prisoner nor a guard. Therefore, he should not have been able to enter the prison. That wouldn't matter. Because if he brought him the set and then Knight took the set with him inside, it would... these guys are dumb. Finding his prints in the place shouldn't have had access grounds enough for an arrest, no? Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Cavell. You are too kind. It's who saw the truth first. By me, of course. Okay, just press it. You saw it first, and I suppose you can prove that. I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was lightning fast, deductive leap. What more evidence do you need? Because the first person is never the one who did it. Well, you haven't given me any evidence at all so far, so... You still don't get it, do you? Well, don't worry. We can't be all winners. You're a wiener. Just like Fender said. I'm not even one to get whatever he is talking about. I figured it out in a flash. No matter of light years, the winner wins again. You sure about that? Are you sure about it? Are you sure you mean light years, Mr. Winner? Maybe? Light years is measures of distance, not time. Eustace. An easy mistake to make. Oh! What was that pause for? He was rebooting from the blue screen moment? Oh shit. Well, that was kind of vague and really hard to follow. Indeed, perhaps better start teaching him how to properly express himself. Don't hold back, Mr. Edgeworth. Knock him into shape. Okay, where I'm thinking is probably this, the chess set. Because they're just like, oh, there's the prints were on there. He did it because they're just there, is what I'm thinking. They're trying to go with. I'm going to present his chess set. It's probably going to be wrong, but
Objection!
It is not. Good. So the fingerprints on the chess set are ace up your sleeve. The what? My what? Oh, yes. The chess set is up the ace's sleeve. Now, what is this called when you say stuff backwards? Does he have that? I'm pretty... It must be. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual. Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, the only natural, his fingerprints are all over it. Yeah! And that took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, Mr. Saint. Arrest was premature. Premature? Oh, premature? The incident took place here, within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, makes it very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint. Ah. Now what? Hi! I think you might be a premature one here, Mr. Edgeworth. And you think you were the one accusing me of being hasty. Did he only just work that out? What word means? sure identify Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it comes to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick to draw, you see. But hasty, not at all. You're right. Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner. But he was.
Overruled.
Eustace. Judge Gavel. But, Gavel, I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive? If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it. Yes, of course, that. Well remembered, Gavel. Listen to this, Edgeworth. Are you prepared to be amazed?
Objection!
With this ingenious deduction, explain why Mr. Saint was arrested. It mattered. Let's just say, you won't be disappointed. Judge Gavel deliberately diverted the conversation away from the line of questioning. What exactly is she up to? I don't know, Edgeworth. They don't want you to know something, clearly. Or they're dinguses. One of the two might be right. Fact 1. The murder weapon was some kind of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prisoner's walls, or within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints found on the chess set belong to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last. Another winning deduction. Brought to you by winner Eustace, Prosecutor Extraordinaire. More like one winner useless Prosecutor Extraordinaire, if you ask me. But how could anyone hide a weapon inside that chess set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves? Inside the chessboard, I suppose there's only one way to find out. I guess I could hide it up at the top, but wouldn't the pieces kind of make it harder to... That laugh is really something. He seems pretty convinced that the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I better take a closer look. What? The stiff lining on the top opens up like a flat door. Whoa, there's plenty of room in there. Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife. Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by...
Objection!
Ha! Ha! What do you mean, ha? Let me finish, will you? I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winter, or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate. Huh? I mean, yeah, and... The security gate also has a metal detector, Eustace. It must pass through another way. Pass one way or another, in the prison itself, remember? Yes, that's right. Of course I remember. He definitely didn't. Or he definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate into the facility. Which would seem to blow rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner.
Overruled.
That gate was used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that a chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been, but alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Hey, you're throwing them under the bus? Very good. Thank you, Gavel. My hole was plugged in by you. Thank you. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you'd be so kind to begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination? Is she holding a trial? Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner holds up, shall we? The day before the body was found, the guard assigned the knight's cell knocked out unconscious in a blow. Guard keys were stolen, but Knight detained haven't taken them. Knight's cell was subsequently thorough searched, but no keys were found. We can't rewatch this video, can we? That kind of sucks. Alright, press.
Hold it.
A metal blade, you say, and you don't have any evidence to support this. You mean you didn't even have a look in the victim's inquiries? Why am I surprised? You third rate. The fatal blow was a stab wound to the neck, and it was delivered by a knife blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears that they are not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Lost for words? Are we? Then I'll keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end here, you know.
Hold it.
The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no, I mean, some sort of prisoners use scissors to cut animals' hair, and that avenue of inquiry was inconsistently pursued, as not to doubt the recall uses. Yes, only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he was referring to the scissors Mr. Solid was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison. Now I'm not sure, but what if a certain man who leaves cards by his victims was the guy? Because he's in this game. We saw him already. And Knight would have been his target. If he decided to pursue it. outside? What does that mean exactly? The opposite of inside, you numbskull. Was that an attempt to clarification or a put down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What usage means to say that it is must been brought from the outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, haven't you figured that out by now? Then you're a bigger loser than I thought. The feeling is mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought me the murder weapon into the prison. The question is, how?
Hold it!
But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there is nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner, do you also have thoughts where the weapon might be? Well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with his claim? I'm gonna say yes, because if there isn't, then they hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Ooh. What evidence? Could it be this? The videotape, maybe? Because he got attacked by something inside the cell. I'm gonna go with videotape.
Take that!
Shit, it's not it. What is your evidence? Yes, it is quite conclusive, and I think you'll find. Ignore him, Eustace. His evidence is clearly provides nothing. Oh, right. I knew that. Nark. That was a bad call, Miles. Alright then, where's your proof of yours? I know I have something that proves that there's no murder weapon inside the prison. I figured that the attack would have... Okay, it's not it. Okay, it's not the attack. How about the dog?
Take that!
It's not the dog either. Alright.
Overruled.
So them claiming the dog being in the video isn't it either. Alright. Evidence that's not in the prison. Metal detector?
Take that! Overruled.
Yep. One more and I'm deaded by. When did Simeon Saint give him the thing? Oh, 3 times a day, 7, noon, and 9. The victim body having been found at the time at 7 a.m. Roll call. Oh, I'm
Take
dumb.
that!
I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find the likely murder weapon? Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough. You so-called winner rookie. Stop making fun of me. Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get underneath your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthlessness? Here, get under my skin. I'll thank you to leave my name out of this. I wonder how the Japanese version went. It's Mitsurugi something. Wonder how that went. Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-okay. Not you too, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which only leaves one possibility. Their murder weapon took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
But what you're proposing is impossible. And this proves the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. Would it be this now? Sure, we'll try it. More memory trouble, Mr. Winner. Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What is that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There's a security gate at each entrances of the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back. So, you can see there is no way anyone could have taken a weapon through both gates. And therefore, there is no way a murder weapon could have left the building. In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be. It is still here on the premises. That is only a plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything. Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you're laboring under the misconception it's a blade that you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim, I assume. You have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gabel. The weapon used in this case will become clear. I guess we go with what Frank Solid said, the dog.
Take that!
The footage taken from the security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now, watch it for yourselves and see. Is that really the dog, though? It's hard to say because it's so blurry. But how? This footage captures the moment a victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, certainly significant. So now, we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog was moved in the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree there is no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed. I fear it may be his handiwork after all.
Overruled.
That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gabel, you are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence, but it also raises the importance of a new question. A question that I suspect you have been asking yourself. She's right. There is one major problem with the version of the events. The black dog, the one that belonged to the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will? Oh! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? Truth is, I don't know yet. Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice that there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. The court is adjourned. But wait. There is still much more to explore. The court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is
Objection!
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? We just don't know yet how the dog made it into the detention center's holding cells. You can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He could have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in the first place he had no access to. Judge Cavell, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison. I ain't telling you shit, Edgeworth. Haha. I wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well. What? You actually have something? Now, seems like a good time as any. And I suppose you have some kind enough to share your own theories on the case. What is she building up to here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you heard of the very big service. Yes, we did. Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course it was. Yesterday was a very important day after all. Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps. A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday we had the circus came and visit. You see now, I assume. As I am sure you're aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animal performance performed by members of the Very Big Circus. You have Regina, you have Ben, you have Maximilian Galactica, you have Mo. So does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, that means Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as a part of the show. A fact has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and afterwards, she did use it to reveal the truth. Wait. But out, Cavell. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That must be why she steered him into a different topic back then, too. I got you good, didn't I? You third-rate prosecutor. This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen of this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You're no defense attorney. You need to go talk to Phoenix. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern. But I don't abandon anything. When I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember, what two jobs are not one and the same? And what a defense attorney is expected to develop? Something of a bond with your client, with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Yuck. Now, I must really be going. May the goddess of justice watch all over you all. So Simeon lied to us? Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What is his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you? Miserly boy. Sure, Judge Gavell's a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. Defense never rests, as a wise man once said. And that goes for associates too. Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention of resting nonetheless. Our assumption of Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false, which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. To be continued. Yeah, I don't need a new slot. You fool. Why won't you tell us what you actually do? Did he ever tell us what he did for a job? I don't think he did. Did he? I don't know. I don't remember that. You withheld information from me. Why? Beep. I didn't want to withhold anything. I don't remember what voice I gave him. I don't Beep. I didn't want to withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, are you a member of the Very Big Circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Beep. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious, me being a performer in the circus show. And me being friends with Bronco. I thought if anyone found out, nobody would believe me I was innocent. Not even UK. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we'll need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I am an animal tamer. Kind of. I'm learning the ropes. So Regina's not the tamer anymore? That's so cool. Or is she just lion? Or, well, I guess tiger now. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions and tigers and bears? Oh my. No. I work with this little guy. Oh, okay. Simeon Saint, that makes more sense. Looks pretty tame already to me. Money. He tames money. So you're not exactly a tamer. You're more like one of those old-timey organ grinders. That's not money. Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. How's that money? Isn't money bigger? Maybe not. I don't know. Something tells me organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. Money is so little. I guess him stealing Regina's little vest makes a little more sense now. I thought he was always way bigger. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth, the circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster, the CEO, and I guess I'm called a gopher. I even have a line manager. She is the head of the animal taming department. It's a part of the showbiz division. Okay, that makes sense. She's the head of it. Okay. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here. I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. not some kind of creature vendor. So this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes. It was just the two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what I normally do. She usually is the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit of part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant in this case. So we're probably not going to see anyone but Regina, I bet. Because she's in the artwork. Alright, talk to me. Your movements here and the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco around noon 2 days ago. And that's when you brought him the chess set. Yes, the same evening, I started to work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard I had to haul everything by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think? Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? No, I could never ask her to shelt all the stuff around. Like I said, the monkey's work was my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10. So Mr. Saint was the only one with a pair to have entered the room where the body was found. A Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? You'd never seen the guy book so fast. Surely even Little Winter wouldn't have pulled somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. So I sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids. Both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he would want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family. For a while, I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child, I know that pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cells were empty. I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, no. I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption that something is happening while the two were alone together. At least I imagine that Winter and the judge, Gavel, is thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak with your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today, too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But, I mean, that's it. There's nothing I can do for you in return. You wouldn't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had a little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one who is most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you are capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe in you. And we'll get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy. And I can't believe I'm saying it. But you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend of the friendless. Simeon, me, Bucko. This guy suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are going to be simply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. Great Thief Galleon. For the Dread Pirate K. Yar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. And no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutters are open. That's the way to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on. What are you waiting for? Someone's excited. So this is a famous yard. The circus performance was taken here just before the body was discovered. Check it out, the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around. Eek! Okay. Stop hitting me. Help me, Mr. Edgeworth. Cease and desist, you beast. Somebody help me out. Meow me. Stay, Ezzy, stay. Who's that? Regina. Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she'd never do a thing like that. Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh. How did you like meeting a real, live elephant up and close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't die. Well, you have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Ah, keep your trunk to yourself. Oh, another new friend. Isn't there just the best day ever? I am an associate defense attorney, Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. This is a self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant is the newest friend of Mr. Fender and defense attorney. Oh, she's not any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have your way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right, Regina Berry, head animal tamer department, showbiz division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet you all. The pleasure is all ours, mademoiselle. The name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? That's positively that's charisma. That energy. Regina, you make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yadagrasu. Great Thief? Sounds like fun. My animals have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's one thing we don't want to steal. You gotta keep it down low. All stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The done low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear to be. It would appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Miss Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Well, then turn around and talk to Regina. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right. My dad founded the Big Berry Circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend to my dad too. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal training, magic, ventriloquy. And animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. Oh, so it was someone other than Ben. Okay. But the Berry Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places. They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. Even has a story. And not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You. No, silly. That would be Isaiah. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly. I've heard of odd couples, but this takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. So romantic. This is starting to sound a little familiar to the original case. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose the first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be a big old meanie who tries to tear the one-star cross lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think that is, Mr. Edgeworth? Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion. I think a raven would be cool. Like the Yatagrasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again, the role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So Mr. Saint was more than just a little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Show preparations. Oh, wrong one. Skip by that real quick. Alright. Show preparations. Can you tell us about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. Such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here for some of the some workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much about that. The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone to Workshop A. Well, this sucks. We're getting all this information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look like it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. And what exactly is he may not look like it supposed to mean? Probably because you're a prosecutor, not a defense attorney. This must be the stage show. Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. You're no fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, here's Solid. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder how it has to work with the prisoners. Someone left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see. It weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's a pulley too. Okay. Can you stop touching everything in sight? Oh, come on. It's not like I'm gonna take anything. What exactly were you being used for, I wonder? Oh, that's it? No, Eureka, this looks like a specific tarp in another workshop? No? Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today? If you don't mind me asking. Today, we just talked to you earlier, Mr. Solid. Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working my inspirational skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out the circus show stage tear down and clean up. But if you have need me, I'll do my utmost to help. Helping out. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can as a model prisoner that I am. And yes, my stay in the prison has me reborn. The Frank saw it. You see before you is a changed man. A changed man who now targets a recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. That's not what. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness. You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I cannot deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's a straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. Vocational training. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right, only 2 inmates were absent, Solid and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Oh, look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say, He's a real one in charge around here. You didn't hear this from me, but well, I guess it comes to being the fixer. The fixer? Yes. Anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure. But he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in being perfection in my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. Would it be this? Oops. This? That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course, that's mud from the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was given one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see, around that time, this would have been... Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. And there's no trace quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal in thick black mud. Black mud? I think the stress of the prison might be getting to him. Of course, all thanks to the warden, now we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, I truly am. Nothing new. Can I present anything else to you? How about this? I thought you might like to see this. The bracelet I broke was replaced with a new one. All thanks to you. I'm very glad to hear it. If it hadn't been for you, you lousy 2-bit, I mean, if it wasn't for you, I'd still have my old busted bracelet. So yes, thank you. I'm just so grateful. He's lying. He says it through gritted teeth, not sounding like the least bit remorseful. Anything else? Maybe the dog? I'm afraid I wouldn't. I don't think that's quite true, is it? Oh, but it is. What you see is what you get with me. No bluster, no lies, no false pretenses. I'm a model prisoner, but you have no false pretenses. That rug of his would say otherwise. But maybe I better keep that to myself. If you saw the dog that... Never mind. Never mind. Doesn't matter. This door appears to be locked. You want me to open it? I can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try. No, if we deem it necessary, we'll simply ask for the key. Spoil sport. That could have been my chance to shine. You're free to shine somewhere else. But you'll not make it an audience out of me. A wicker basket. Or rather, a cart given the wheels. Sniff, sniff. Oof, smells like animals. I suppose they must have been using it to move things around. Hey, would it be fun to hop in and race down the hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs. Where did any of that come from? Did I get everything in here? Oh, you know what? I didn't talk to... what's up? Who else doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. If the performance is good, it can certainly be entertaining, yes. And if I'm getting pumped just thinking about it, a chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here. Right, in the shadow of the fence. That keeps these guys in. I guess the magic of a big top is nothing more to them. Forget that they are the same boat as the animals. The fence. I suppose I should examine it. It too is a part of the facility after all. Well, we missed the show, but we still got the stage and other stuff to check out. He's right. I should look over the show set and the equipment just in case useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give me a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had 10th of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right. She's above it, so that no one dares to go against her. I bet she doesn't even need to crack a whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely. All of a sudden, it's a bit, or it's all sit stay. I can think of somebody who is very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Areno. Spill the beans. Trust me, Fender. One crack of her whip, and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. Oh, Franziska. Danger. High voltage. Danger. High voltage. I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah, yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window of the detention center side. Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was the old big yard. Or all one big yard. Given how protective the warden seems of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riprap like us out. There you are. What did I do now? Regina, cupcake. Oh, Warden Lagarde. I'm simply dying to sit down for a chat. You exquisite little thing. The prison. Do you mind if I ask you a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and that was awful. An utter disgrace. Awful. I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly. I most certainly do not. They're angels. Every one of them. And they've always been. No, it's the ambience that was awful. I fretted. I brooded. And then it hit me. The animals, if anyone could brighten them up, it was them. It was nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now, look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Oh, wrong button. Except when he's rifling through the dead man's pockets. Mr. Solid. We have many success stories among family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What? Your other model prisoners don't do that? Oh, of course they do, my dear. Of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, he just say he knows what's good for him. Or let's just say he knows what's good for him. What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy. So do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud soaring... What the... Loud soaring music. Great leaping animals. The very big circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here tries to get it once a month. Really? In that case, let me see. She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show is always performed by the very big circus. But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her up, right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why would darling Regina... If he's found guilty, why darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help clear up his awful misunderstanding, let me know. Regina, darling, put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine. Hehe. That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else enjoyed it too. About that, dear. I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see. She must mean Candace and Solid. There were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but did you say 3 mates? I had my finger resting on the button and pushing it and not even noticing it. That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there's enough seats for everybody. But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it? Indeed, as far as we are aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Solid were the ones not present. This doesn't add up. Yeah, because there's one more guy. Who was the third missing prisoner, and what were they doing? Seems that we've needed investigating further. Oh, I was enjoying my chat with Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one. Little one? Yikes! Alligator! You're looking adorable as always, Allie, my sweet. Oh, she's so pretty. And what a cute name. Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite. Aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy, those two were made for one another. They look like they were busy for a while. Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells. Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there who the third missing prisoner might be. Why not ask her? Okay, whatever. Okay. Said ask her for anything. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. We finally caught up with you. I'm right? Okay, I'm right. Detective, you're not needed elsewhere? No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up? We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right here on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though. But at least it was something. Yeah, Bruce, the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right? Not quite. It proves the possibility, but there is not conclusive yet. I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked the forensics to analyze the blood and to see if it matches the victim's. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything. Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something? Gee, don't look so surprised, sir. I just hope things continue to go in our favor. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Secret weapons? Is it the dog, the metal detector, and... oh, what the heck was the last one? I forget. It's alright. It's a few tools of the trade that helped me. Oh, the sweeper, the bug sweeper, right? Let me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret oh, 7. The 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, ace detective extraordinaire. Well, I don't know how about you crazy cats, but I'm sold, Miles. Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons. You got it, sure. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My old trusty metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy is right here to find it. So it detects metal. Very good, detective. Next up, secret weapon number 2. Mitchell, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. Who is a Shiba Inu? He can track pretty much any scent you put him on, especially food. He's sure a lot cuter than Mr. Candace's dog. And now, secret weapon number 3. Where did I put it? Aha. That one is a snapper sort of... I am one of the snapper sort of school. Or is that a fishing rod? Yes, it was a fishing rod. Oh, yeah. For a net. Yeah, okay. Don't tell me you were fishing for clues. No. I just happen to have it with me. Is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have. That's all she wrote, sir. Dummy. You're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. And one of them was a fishing rod. Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest to you next time. And why do you think I call them secret? Guy can't go and share everything all at once. That's crazy. In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've designed to reveal to us will have to do for now. Alright, which one do you want to try? I want to try Missile first. You got it, sure. Hey, Mitchell, here, boy. It's Missile. Oh, he really came. Cho, what are we tracking? We're trying to find out when Mr. Candace's dog got into the holding cell in the first place. I suspect the same route used to bring Mr. Knight's body back to the prison. So we give this little pooch to sniff the body. And he'll find that route for us. Does anyone smell something sweet? All I smell is the odor of blood. It's faint, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe. Why would the body smell of cake? Okay, Mitchell, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to... That's the way to... He's headed for maximum security. Oh, he's going in. Then we'll have to follow after him. This is Candace's cell. Though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's on to something? Shh. Looks like he's maybe ish. Is there something here? Let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor. A bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps an all-purpose one can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice to have your tools, and useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope. It's my opinion of as a great thief. I walked into that one. Mr. Canis's chess set, complete with special dog piece. That's not a chess set. That's a whole chess table. With legs. Look. They might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable. Some of them are. And this is quite a nice one. I would never peg Mr. Canis as a chess fan, though. The whole Eastern aesthetic is going. And I thought he'd go... What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going? I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I can think of a worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How can anyone else get special treatment? Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself. Yikes. No thanks. Okay, other tools. Mr. Canis chisels. Every one is a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow, when you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Woof 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 woof. What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you're after? Woof 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 woof. Whoa, down boy, stop that. Woof 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 woof. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real side of the that's some real side of the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure if everybody agrees though. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring both of you to assume that food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyway, it looks like it really was Cake Mitchell was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts. No, it's the true canon. That's what I wanted. But the little guy definitely is capable, right? He sure is. This was just a blip. You'll follow the right sentence this time, I promise. Chic boy. Woof. Woof, 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 woof. Oh, I think he's on to something. Whatever is this? Whatever this is, it's in there. Mr. Carasetto's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sure. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carasetto, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon... roll call. Guess he must be on work duty or someplace. I see. Now, if you'll be so kind to open his cell. Yes, sure. Oh, oh wow. Alright, this is the one thing that got me kind of like, what the heck? I'm surprised they give the prisoner heaters. Unusually kind or unnecessary careless. I wonder if he uses it all year round. To help him lose water weight, maybe. Eesh, I hope his furry friend can deal with the heat. I'm sure they learned to sweat things out together by now. Okay, that didn't go where I thought. Okay. That's so funny. Woof, 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 woof. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer? No, it's Shiba Inu. Woof, 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 woof. No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective. Move the sandbag aside. Yeah, sure. Ooh. A hole. Could this be? Woof, 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 woof. Whoa there, wait, Missile. Or, whoa there, wait, Missile. I'm going in too. Wait, stop. Sir, I'll go get her. Here, oof, that's tight. I shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll have to wait. Hello, Kay. Are you alright? You're not going to believe this, but we're in the detention center. A detention center? That hole is a tunnel. Leads right into Mr. Knight's cell. What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Kay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think. Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was the sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be that the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, the Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Kay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures. Then let us see what you've captured. Look at that. spoons, a fork. I guess they were digging a tunnel. There is dog footprints. That aside, those footprints, paw prints even, from a dog perhaps. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does. Mr. Carasetto certainly has been making use of this tunnel, which means, Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carasetto is immediately. If my suspicions are correct. Huh. All nuts. The guards were alerted, and they began searching for Mr. Carasetto right away. But after through investigation, both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found. Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've set up a cordon around the entire facility. Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am. A rather different warden regard to the one we've seen so far. Mr. Edgerf, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding the tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been a little too late. It seems we might have already left the building. I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, the security gate at the exit to the detention center, you're not suggesting he simply walk through it. What's to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie? I suppose that's true. Well, whatever the case, this is no time being standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation? It would be my pleasure. And you three, get back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came in, back from the lab. Thanks, pal. Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood Knight found in the cell. What does it say? What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth? They identified the blood, and it's Mr. Knight's. Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We've got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel, and a dog clearly went through. And his security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed. We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself. Canis, oh darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He is well connected on the outside as he is in here. I suppose that would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business? The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I have to lend them a hand myself, you know. So that was all about. He's still not talking, man. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct. No. And I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct? Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say, or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least. Let your guard down, and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned. Hoo-wee! And here I thought I was things that couldn't get anyone or when things couldn't get any spicier. Oh, those two are here? Ah. Judge Gavell, I didn't expect to find you here. We have been conducting inquiries which have given that we are in charge of investigation is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here. Mr. Edgeworth, I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge is at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet here you are. I'm sorry that I thought that I might be easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I am not about to let the truth slip away from my grasp, no matter what or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that yourselves should have uncovered. You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't it, but I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am. This should be amusing. Very well, whenever you're ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. That's not yours, that's what's his face. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer. Not only that, he could have moved in Mr. Knight's room from his holding cell and the prison proper. We shall prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our decisions or deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in balance. What? What do you mean by the badge? You'll take his badge if you don't like how it goes. This goes. That's intimidation. Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I'm to undergo no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions. Why are they going so hard against Edgeworth? That's so weird. I will allow him one last chance. Well, you're truly willing to take the risk to put your beloved badge on the line. Mr. Edgeworth, or Mr. Edgeworth. Sure. I accept your terms. I am confident in my reasoning, and what's more, I'm representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let's see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me, by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you allow me. Fine by me. He's all yours, Cavell. Oh, I'm going against her now, huh? How Knight wound up in the prison proper. You're aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight and the day before yesterday, I presume. He's assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out his cell, using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and where he hid was wheeled by one of the prisoner's workshops. I figured she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to the Mr. Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found. This is a still from the footage we received. Mr. Saint is speaking with Mr. Knight at his cell. Correct. You will also note that he has the potential in the cage such a way to obscure the camera's view. This is a blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what we observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he indeed did at all. So it is still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break. That's so cool. Mr. Carasetto, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game. Okay, now's not really the time. Mr. Carasetto's escape is no laughing matter. It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Now, wow, go Simeon. That wasn't a compliment. I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I'd imagine that it had gone to plan. Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He called his friends in cold blood. Judge Gavell's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in their logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. How Knight's wound wound up in the prisoner proper. Press.
Hold it!
You hold it right there. Your Honor, about this incident. You have heard about it, of course. Surely any attorney worth his salt would have his sources. Yes, I'm a... Damn it. Then you're wasting both our time. Shall we continue?
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he'll confirm our suspicions. Wait, what if it wasn't him that got attacked? What if the dog attacked the guard? I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on her reasoning. Sorry, but I have to believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, then there was nothing stopping him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for the opportune moment to present itself. He hid the keys. I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't holding any keys. That had been proven already. And this piece of evidence proves Knight didn't have the keys. Please tell me it's this one.
Take that!
Nope. It appears to have no connection with that testimony. Yeah. Judge Gavelle is a tougher nut to crack than Mr. Winter. But that doesn't mean I should give up.
Hold it!
Maybe this might not be it though.
Take that!
Okay, it is good. Since you know about the incident, I presume you must already know about this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell. No keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they cleverly hidden inside the pocket. They were clearly hidden inside the pocket chest set. Nice chest set. The same which the murder weapon has also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the ones who proposed it. Actually, if you recall, it was Houston's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind. This, I take it. Allow me to reinstate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chest set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was moved from the holding cell at the workshop in the prison proper. With the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of this facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even had the time to commit the murder?
Overruled!
Because I said so. That's how. How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many of the stage performances follow a set of narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example. She's done her homework, I see. And I expect the suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite of the elephant's heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. The victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine. He's sent flying by the elephant? Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this matter, the villain is no longer appear in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximate 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it is a more sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in a 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. In fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime scene was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
Objection!
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind. Very well. Would you be so good to present it? What proof do you have the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? I would say, unless it's wrong, the white floor.
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience. What the floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensic operatives. Ma'am, I had them do it.
Objection!
I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one. Am I a bat to you now? The detective, how very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too. Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well. I remember the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed the camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying that the mutt also wiped the blood before he left the scene? Oh. What other tricks can do it, huh? A blood wiping dog? You're a joke. You have wiped up the blood, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut. Yes, you would. What? That is one of the tricks I taught him before our work together. So rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy. You know, never misses a drop. I wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all. Saved by an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise, you could have taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although, by the way, I taught him to do is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then... La 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 la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Objection!
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, somebody's talking. No prisoners. Nuisance. Would you be so kind to allow me? All yours, Gabelle. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin dog was the killer. My position is same as it was yesterday, until you came to explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center. Cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I would like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog freely traveled between the prison and the detention center. Oh.
Take that!
This is... It's a secret passageway that runs beneath the prison. What? A secret passageway? It was dug by Rocco Carasetto, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one the victim was being held. Well, this is certainly a surprise to think that was beneath our feet the entire time. Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder. In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Because I said so. Evidence is everything, whether in the court of law or the scene of investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report. His autopsy report. When did we get that? How did you not know you had it? The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages. Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat. And the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. Such as the police has yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It's a blade metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you wish to continue with your light flight of fancy? Or will you now claim the dog used the knife instead? But that's impossible. That will be all. The court is adjourned.
Objection!
But that tunnel, the ball prints. What of them? Helmut is something of a wonder. Perhaps it's just across this tunnel one day. Although, I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wonder quite so freely. That would be about a coincidence. I can prove it's not the case either. She sure knows how to keep it a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that. She was baiting me, waiting for me the perfect moment to crush me with an autopsy report. And I feel for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You're the lead attorney defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is an interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yep, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender. A handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all. Was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you thoroughly with my gavel. All right, I got it. Nice work, Cavell. Just like we planned it. I only did as you instructed you since, but thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. What if the dog didn't kill Knight? Then it takes Canis out of the running. Not exactly. He might have that thing to stick him with. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Miss Redworth. She still is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you finally abandon this fruitless quest. What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time. What do you think, detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavell. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs on by a thread. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept another offer of mercy. Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could swear that Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said you've changed since your days the Von Karma shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off by a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart? A bladed weapon, of course. There were five chisels in Canis' cell when last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was... Have you quite finished?
Hold it!
Evidence is everything. It may be a little catchphrase, but it is also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where was it? The guards didn't find it. Why can't you let things go? So what if you didn't find it? What are you driving at? What if I were to tell you that I know what the real murder weapon was? It was right under our noses this whole time indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis's chisels. What? Smack.
Overruled.
Would you devise to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth? I have reported you insist that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog. Simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could have not been the dog. But what begs the question of what exactly was we saw in the security footage. Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants? An excellent question. The footage shows the dog killing somebody, the dog jumping on somebody, somebody being attacked by the dog. I want to say somebody attacked by the dog. The moment somebody was attacked by the dog was being attacked. Oh wait, are you sure about that, Mr. Edgeworth? It doesn't look that way to me. Okay, shoot. I guess I read that wrong. Yeah, that was a bad mix-up. The video doesn't show the murder. There is only one answer. Well, what was on the video then? An excellent question. The footage shows somebody attacking the dog. Oh, I'm so dumb. I was thinking it wasn't what's his face. It was somebody there being attacked by the dog. The dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis. His dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but didn't kill the man. He didn't. No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag the corpse through the tunnel. He dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could have finished the job. And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodahinarma Canis. You're the...
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, did you ever get this on your report card? Refuse to listen, must learn to respect others. Are you asking me or confessing what's on yours? We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from the top to the bottom, right, Cavell? Yes, we even inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. There was a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You just confirmed my theory. I have? Exactly what do you mean? The last time you were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. One of them is missing. The small one. The one, though, might be in his pocket. Chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what might I use for such a thing? I rarely allow to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had a chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You seem to have an idea where missing this chisel might be Mr. Edgeworth, would you enlighten us? For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis would only have hidden the chisel here. Is it still a maximum security? Because it was there not that long ago.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to this dog to leave somewhere. But that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument would raise an eyebrow. Wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels. Who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine classic.
Objection!
But I looked, I searched the whole cell myself, and there was nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here. And that is the reason why no one found it yet, is because it is hidden in such an ingenious manner. Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What is my ingenious plan? Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could have made use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing? Looking in the cell right now. Could it be one of the statues? Maybe. Or the chess set? He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here. Come on. The dog hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon. Giving up already. I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should, if you would give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows you hid the murder weapon. Can I look at the dog real quick? Not really.
Take that!
Your dog seems unusually quiet today. Oh yeah, it's unlike the last time. Mr. Caddis, would you be so kind to open Helmut's mouth? Come on now. He hasn't barked because he is a well-behaved boy. I had ordered him last time. Then order him again, this instant. It's not like we're asking the world, Mr. Canis. Or would you have something to hide? If you insist, come on, Helmut, open up. There. We have it. Whoa. A chisel in the dog. Why would there be a chisel in the dog? I thought he had been extremely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up. Eustace, why didn't you be a good boy and call the forensics and tell him it's urgent? Okay. Hopefully the dog didn't wipe it off somehow. Our finding follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What? Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it? It's alright. So we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah. Forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands you explain yourself. No. We found the route your dog took to the holding cells. Now we have the chisel. How about you propose we talk this way out of this one? You never fail to entertain, Miss Herdreth. Why does he always laugh like that? Even when it's not funny. Or how much? How could they expect us? You leave me no little choice. I simply have to share the truth with you. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing. Something's not right. Why is he so calm? Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind. Gladly. Perhaps you might begin explaining what you believe my motive had been. I never knew this knight, had no contact with him, no connection whatsoever. Given that this is the case, why do I simply wish him dead? Ah, could it be that you are suggesting that it is my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. Unless you were paid for it. Shelley the killer? I don't know. I mean, when he puts it that way, an assassin who only kills his acquaintances is not the soundest business model, I agree. My work is required for me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake, that's just not my style. So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence once again and see what I can discover. So I gotta link him and Canis. Okay. So let's not foul this up. Yeah, who stole this guard's uniform? Knight, stab wound and throat is death. Sharp blade of some sort. Oh, that's all I got? Okay. I feel like I've seen this bell somewhere before. Yes, I was just thinking the same thing myself. You were? Where did you see it, I wonder? I can't seem to place it. But never mind. It will come back to me eventually, I'm sure. I guess so. Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Do you think it's their murder weapon, Mr. Edgeworth? It's too early to tell, but the fact that the blood is found on it is certainly incriminating. At the very least, it's not something we can discount as an unrelated to the case. Anything else? Nothing on the handle, it looks like. Maybe the rope or whatever this is, something, string, or I don't know. I'm not sure what in the evidence I can. Maybe the chest diagram, maybe. Maybe the chest diagram is where I go.
Hold it!
I'm puzzled by this focus on motive. Aren't you, assassin? Aren't you, assassin? Assassin or not, Mr. Edgeworth, I do not spill blood for nothing. Neither a professional or nor a private capacity. That's just not how it's done, is it, boy? No, it's not.
Hold it!
You say that. You didn't know who he was. That's quite unlike you, Mr. Canis. You underestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Perhaps you had a harder time to put me under here. Had realized, but I'm no master criminal. That said, you are no run-of-the-mill prisoner either. You're the fixer, correct? I find it highly unlikely that a man such of a position would have no knowledge of a new detainee at all. Then you have rather inflated idea of my position. I have my connection, yes, but I'm not all-knowing, and I knew nothing at Mr. Knight. I may present that one thing there, but I'm going to press a little bit more.
Hold it!
Just in case there's a press and then you're an assassin. Since when have you needed a motive? He's a strange man, isn't he, Helmut? Yes, he is. He is a fool, a genius. It's hard to say.
Objection!
Drop the act, Mr. Canis. Answer the question. No, you would answer mine. Who am I, Mr. Edgeworth? I am the very same person you caught. An assassin, a murder for hire. Were I the one to kill without rhyme or reason, would still be free to recite sutras in place out there.
Hold it!
Of course not, but your dog was trained to kill. What is this man thinking about? Helmut? Why would he say such awful things about you? He's a silly man. That's what he is, yes. Then perhaps he killed the wrong person. Would explain the lack of motive. Do your precious police dogs attack people willy-nilly? Have some respect, Mr. Edgeworth. If you're going to accuse Helmet of something, at least show us some evidence to back up your claims. I would if I had any. Helmet in a minute.
Hold it!
Then you must have done so, didn't you? You ordered Knight's death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to try harder than that. Have you forgotten what I just said? I did not know, Mr. Knight, liar. I did not even know that name. Well, you might not know the name, but you know who it was. If you're going to insist otherwise, at least you can show us of some sort of proof. He must show us proof he must need Helmet. Yes, yes, he must. Whether it was Candace or his dog who committed the killing, Knight wouldn't be dead if Candace himself hadn't wanted him to be dead. So my first order of business should prove that Mr. Candace and Knight knew each other. Alright. I never knew Mr. Knight. I had no contact. Do you now? What if I have this? You're getting sloppy, Mr. Candace. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It was recorded of a game corresponding chess. What's more, this game is depicted. Matches the game laid out on your board. What? The number of possible games have been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120. That's on the low end. Wait, what's 10 times 10? 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000. I give up. I mean, what do I even call a number that big? A vanishing unlikely coincidence. That's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence. Well, they do say the truth is stranger than fiction. As it is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was a victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is surprised, as am I. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing but to finally tell the truth, boy. The other prisoners had all gone out to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here, I was minding my own business when in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock. Not least because of the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, none too keen to becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. That's where he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I asked. The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop. Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made him an awful mess after all. You know something that makes total sense? Remember what Mr. Solid said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog had sunk his terrible teeth in the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish, utter hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So what Mr. Saul actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then. Precisely. I can't say it was a little disappointing that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy, it's not like you to slip up like that. Now, there you have it. That's about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmet is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us just for a little longer, Mr. Canis. Bender. No offense, Paleo, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know. You thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place. He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis has no reason to recover the murder weapon. So the mute one isn't dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck. Has a very distinctive design, if you will. Of course, there was something of a trademark of yours, or were they not? I don't get it. How does that even work? Bodhidharma. Oh man, Canis. The blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear. You flatter me. Though it's been some years since I last saw one of them, you remember them well. Your knife is attached to the bell, where one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you. Yes, it was one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife and one for my beloved Helmut. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife was long since been taken from me. Where Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, sure, my knife has been used to do the deed. Nope, a chisel, ordinary chisel. It's certainly no assassin's blade. Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding matter the fact that I'm the only person in the prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that you did was have the dog move the body. That you had nothing to do with the killing. How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need to take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why have you not checked it for fingerprints? Is it in the dog's mouth? Nuisance. Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Alright, sure thing. We got him. Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's. And Canis's? Nope, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said that there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off. Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good. Sure. I'll get him to check again. Now do you see? I have never touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth after all. Therefore, any prints that belong to whoever had it last. So the murder weapon belonged to the victim. Oh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise? But why was it in your cell? I've got another counter with him. But what could this mean? Is he, or is he not, the killer after all? He's actually telling the truth. No, he can't be. I'm sure he goes out with saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, you have little no choice to relieve you of your badge. Have even my patience has its limit and will not tolerate throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear? You've done it now, sure. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but if the fingerprints turn everything on its head, without more evidence, I'm back to square one. Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have to need a chisel for? You could do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison for one. Alright then, how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring in a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, Earth and Mr. Edgeworth. You can't stand there hemming and having just because a little setback. The more important thing is finding the truth, you know. It doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we have Simeon in the end. We can't give up now or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. Like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said. What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words? It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we rest, not while counting on us, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on our old man's legacy. Are you? I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I simply find another. There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now, let's find a new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison. Right. How would Knight manage to bring a chisel in here? His chest set, maybe?
Take that!
Usually, it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into the facility undetected. Because the security gates, right? Correct. But we already know that checks one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate entrance at the detention center. That gate was only used to scan people. Any items brought into the facility are only subjected to cursory check. Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through a metal detector? It wouldn't have been, alas, It seems the guards would have grown a little lax in regards of late. Knight took advantage of his little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel. Hidden inside his pocket chest. That does answer one of our questions, and that suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's. However, we still have the rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage that Mr. Knight is attacked by a dog. Or does it explain that Mr. Canis was not the culprit? But then how do you explain the prints not being on the murder weapon? This one real three-piper. The court too finds wanting to satisfy an explanation. Wait, sure. I think I might have time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V. What sort of name is that, detective? I came up with myself, sir. Anyway, you can analyze video footage. An excellent idea, perhaps. Then might finally see what I'm telling the truth. Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it's worth a try. All right. Want me to talk you through it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear about. Sure, why not? If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated. Yeah, sure. So basically, you just gotta do what I always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And I can examine things with the triangle I see. Next up, there's controls at the bottom of the screen. The panel on the left shows the rewind and the fast forward. You can always use the middle button on the pause. Get used to those, and then you're golden, sir. It seems like you can also press the L1 to fast forward, or the L1 to rewind footage. I can press X to pause. When a video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with the L1 and the next one with the R1. Or use the same control panel I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. When you line up with the cursor in the area you want to take a closer look at, then use the panel at the bottom of the right, and little V will do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir. It would appear I can zoom in by pressing the square button too. By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like regular view. Also, you can make previous and next frame get good look at what's really happening. The only thing you can't do is when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that. I see. And how do I zoom out again? Just use the panel on the lower right again, sure. You see how it's gone expanding and collapsing? Arrows on there? That's because you're zoomed in. And that about sums it up. Now, let's fire up little V for real. Remember, just examine everything that catches your eye, and you'll do fine. The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by the dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But perhaps we're wrong. What could we be looking for instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage. You'll never know what you're going to see once you start looking at things close up. Check every detail. You'll find something, I'm sure. What in this footage seems odd? Oopsie. How do I zoom in? Oh, square, not. Is this a bear? It's the bear. Edra said that? Sir, look. I suspect we may have a crucial error of a judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear. What's the paw prints from the photo I took? We're not canine, but ursine. A bear? So what that mean? Yes, I think it could. After all, who else we know with such a pet? And if we're mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable that we were mistaken about the person in the footage too. Maybe there's something in that could prove it, sir. Something that show it wasn't Knight. You're right. We can't see the person's face, which means the direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly. Indirectly, like the mirror. Yes, certainly worth a look. The police officer. I knew it was a police officer. Okay, zoom in. This figure reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't that look like the hat of the guards wear, sir? Oh, geez. Is that what I think it is? Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking the guards recently? Not that I heard of. So this may be a guard. So this may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. So this is where I use this.
Take that!
So no guards have been reported being attacked by an animal, as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could this person be in the security footage, perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? someone attempting to escape without being noticed. A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone? If there were indeed someone who had successfully made his escape, we would assume that it was night in the security footage. Well, it was a cell. It was hardly a crazy theory. Perhaps. But now we know that the hole under the bed is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be caught on camera. Who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be? The person in the security footage is... She long. Mr. Salt's 47? Damn. I would say Rocco.
Take that!
I believe I know the one who the guard is disguised is no other than Rocco Carasetto, the prisoner, who recently escaped from this facility. I am confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion. But the bear in that video was all black. Indeed. We have an evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is... Should I do this? Or the tunnel could have maybe done it too. Or maybe even the dust from this. Well, let's get dinged. If it's this, we'll get dinged. Oh, sorry. Okay. Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Solit's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Of course, that's the blood from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around the time would this have been? Let's see. Around... The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, the darker the animal's fur became. It's no trace, or no, it's no trance quite like a trance that one enters when slathers an animal in the thick black mud. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment. And the animal could have been, indeed, our poor polar bear. Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera. I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Solit mentioned applying a mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And that does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the footage camera, security footage. But Mr. Frank Solit's a liar, so, and a murderer, and a thief, so, you know, there's also those three things. It does. Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay? Well, if it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it would have been around 9 a.m. Which, in case something isn't right about the footage. Really? And that, what was that? A new contradiction in the security footage introduced relative when it was recorded. Mr. Saul said he administered the treatment at around 9 a.m. which in case the security footage would also show the time around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. And on the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. Except 3, Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell, maximum security, Mr. Sawit, who was administering a mudpack treatment in the workshop, and Mr. Rocco Carasetto, who had been waiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawit before entering the tunnel. And the bear slipped out of Mr. Sawit's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sawit, who would have left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from the knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which also should have been recorded around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off. But why would the timestamp be wrong? Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. It's been 2 seconds. I'm back, sure. And I just talked to the guards and... It seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power. What? They're pretty old, sir. I guess the clock stops when the power's off. Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he kind of seemed the only suspect. Turns out, that's not all what he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like another guy. Which does not necessarily have been a lie. Darlings, you're all here. There you are. Yeah. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can help things along? Actually, there might be something we can do for you. Warden the guard. The escapee, Mr. Carasetto. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard, and here's your proof should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the prison's captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might be right here in the room with us now. Hey, Mr. Carasetto. You've been wearing your bracelet, right? Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of a stolen uniform. Furthermore, is he the middle one? The doors are out of the prison proper. Don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if you avoided the doors with sensors, we could simply wait for an opportunity to make his escape. Well, yes, he could. He could just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here now. Look, it's Teddy. The middle one, yep. Hey, Paul's off. Get your mitts off me, will you big palooka? Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions. Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd... What a thing to be loved, huh, Mr. Carasetto? I am almost envious. Guards, apprehend this man. At the moment, if you will, I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I would need to speak with him. With your permission, of course. I can hardly say no now, can I? Well, come on then. Hit me with your best shot. Mr. Caraseto's escape route led him directly to Knight's cell. So it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you've been doing on the day of Mr. Knight's body was discovered. So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones found out my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to dig that freaking thing? I had me guard's uniform, the whole dug, and plan in place. So I went for the day you found the guy. That's when the little guy had come right after me. A sack of fur covered in mud too. I had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it was somebody hadn't offered Knight and brought you bums down here. You claim to have dug the tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it? How? Use everything I get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. I spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what I got to show for it, huh? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day. There is an outside chance that Mr. Caraseto and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. So it was you guys, huh?
Hold it!
Shut up. Who you telling to hold it? Lieutenant, you don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. Had to come crawling to the fixer monk. Had to grovel and no to. What? Had to grovel and koto. The day after day. You want to give me back my hours, huh? The days, the months. I can't get a word in edgewise. You should have never stuck your noses in my tunnel. Never.
Hold it!
So the tunnel was all your own work. Every inch. You see anybody else in my cell when you was there? That's quite an effort even for an athlete. Yeah, now that I think of it, that's an insane amount of digging for one guy. Yeah, well, I don't even know. You don't know half of it, kid. But it ain't like I had a choice to trust nobody and don't get caught. Them's the rules a con's gotta live by. Huh? You know the rules of being a great thief are pretty similar. Okay, I'd rather you didn't start sympathizing with the suspect. I was just joking, Miss Redriff. It ain't no stinking joke to me. You punks owe me.
Hold it!
The uniform was from the fixer, too. Sure was. Heard there was something on one of the guards. Had a guy swipe it from the pal's locker. And were you wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel? Nope, would have gotten dirt on it. I had to hold on to it. till I got to the holding cell. But once I was out of there, all dressed up, opening the cell door, should have been a piece of cake. Here we go. Thinks freedom beckons. And then the little furball jumps up at me. Which would be the moment captured on the camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony. Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door would have been a piece of cake. But then this little guy had to come right up after me. Alright, hold on. If this was the Alright, let me...
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say? Sure, anything seems to be easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground. And you're familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison. Why wouldn't I be? Ain't like I've never been there before. If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware. Unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure that Mr. Carasetto would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. But then the little guy came right after me. When was that when you realized you were being pursued? Right when he gotten into the tunnel and went right through the home free. Nah. You didn't notice anything before that, when you were in the tunnel, perhaps? Nah. He wasn't around. I made sure of it. I knew the little guy would have been all over me like a rash. He hadn't been. And I was so close, I could smell it. And there he was, the little bum. Hey, you think you're being a little mean to your little friend? Poor Teddy. Mean? Nothing. He rumbled me the last time. And he's rumbled me again. Kids all over me. What am I supposed to do?
Hold it!
You didn't consider trying to escape with Teddy. What if I coulda? But all that mud would have given us away. The chances to break out the slammer don't exactly grow on trees, pal. When one comes along, you gotta do it right. Fooled by the one who loves him the most. It's almost tragic. There's outside a chance Mr. Carasetto and Mr. Knight met face to face just before his murder. I should listen carefully of each statement and look over the evidence we have. Okay, now I gotta figure out his link to Knight.
Objection!
You claim leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it. Yeah, you got a problem with that? Because we can make it a problem if you catch my drift. Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still would have had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carasetto, I pose it that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key. I don't got no stinking key. I don't need one. It's a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it would have truly been because it was after the murder. But if you had attempted to escape previously, yeah, the security footage shows you tried and failed because Teddy caught you. Which was during the circus performance and before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at the time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would have been possible. Are you saying, could he really have? I believe he could have, yes. The theft of the keys was, in fact, perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carasetto. He was the one who attacked the guard. Not just the guard, Knight too. All the paying possession of the guard's keys. It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know that this Knight guy. After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And when you waited for the perfect moment to escape, the moment when the prison was almost deserted. That's right, that's the moment of the show. Just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend. Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Nuh-uh. Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it. Don't play games with me. Knight was much a victim as a guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proved that Knight had been attacked in his cell. Oh, do I present this one or not? No, this.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood that was clearly wiped floor of his cell. What possibly could explain such a thing other than having him being attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed both of them, stole the keys. Rah! Why, Outa? What's with you, huh? That newspaper. Wipe that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay. But what did you think you had wiped it up anyway? They would have checked Knight, the guard's hands. They would have seen those two never came to blows. But the blood gave up the whole game. Ain't no way. They don't figure. That was the third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around the floor, they would have found the tunnel in their heartbeat. So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time. So you could have waited for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to clear from prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys. Right. In the kisser. Oh, Teddy's back. Not cabled by a lousy stinking bum. Fine. You want the keys? Here. Hope you choke on them.
Overruled.
Wait a minute. If Mr. Carasetto had the keys, indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys to allegedly he stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been enter Mr. Saint's cage and move to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot be possibly true. No! Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah. Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. No, you gotta be freaking... Mr. Carasetto, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out and stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for the moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I magicked... Should there be a canner? I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't even have gotten out of my cell. Indeed, you only had the key to Mr. Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could. What? It was not only you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop. I get it now. You're saying that he was the only one, only in this con conspiracy. Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carasetto and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carasetto could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell. And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop. Therefore, no restrictions on animals' movements within the prison. Movements between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carasetto. How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's some sort of... and you just don't know. Something tells me that digging a single tunnel around was arduous enough. You got that right. Now try scrapping one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of work for me. What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself? Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. He ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well. Let's check from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good work if somebody already started. Then what was the original tunnel for? Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Oh, maybe one of the animals dug it. Like to get water for the well or something. I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, gay. Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water had been down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, there's always smell kind of nice down there. Nice. Gee, I don't know. Smelled like a desert, I guess. Is that cake? A sweet scent. Sounds very familiar. Where did I come across a sweet scent before?
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body, traced its route back through the prison. And that Mr. Carasetto was how we found your tunnel. Could that be the same sweet scent you noticed coming from the well? Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this evidence of the body had been moved through the tunnel? I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carasetto, if you're the only person who could have done it, nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Carasetto. Truly. Finally, the truth has come into view. Now, unburden yourself. It's time. Confess your role in this tragic incident. What? You ain't pinning this on me. I am glad to see we are finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carasetto may have been accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis, no. He was working hard with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean? I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me. Granted, it seemed likely he was attacked by Mr. Knight. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked out unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carasetto had reached a certain agreement? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And he was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carasetto had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carasetto himself would seem to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight only needed to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carasetto's plans would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal. Lady, the only striking I do is with my... The only striking I do is with my fists. My, you still deny it. So we're agreeing that we still disagree? Mr. Knight had Mr. Carasetto unlock his cell when Mr. Saint arrived. He would escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was able to move him from the prison proper, just as planned. Then he took Mr. Knight to the workshop and did his dirty deed.
Objection!
Were any of you listening? The scent of Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel.
Overruled.
It was something, because I just got overruled. Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at? Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route of the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Then how did it get down there? There's another possibility. One would seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could the body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw the body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog dragged Mr. Knight's body through the owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happened in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon. Ah! Ah, indeed. And you see, it must have been him who disposed of the body. Judge Gabel, it's truly a formidable opponent. She effortlessly adjusted her testimony, or her theory, to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And we have established that Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down a well. I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing supposing that the knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that during the show it could have happened at a different time.
Overruled.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but simply could have not have. What? Mr. Carasetto was using the tunnel around the time the show began. Mr. Carasetto did not happen to take a trip over the corpse while you were down there. No, the place was clean. Yuck. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carasetto would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. That's even if he went down that well. But with the tarp, it was most likely. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down there in the well and moved into the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else would have done that but Mr. Saint? Yeah. What can we do, Mr. Edgeworth? If the body indeed entered the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory's still just that, a theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that, for the moment, I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we could finally put this case to rest. What is that sound? Yikes, is there a fire? Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. That's the dinner bell. Although, I suppose it's rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Carasetto, it's time we went back to your room. Yeah, fine. I get the picture. Come on, Teddy. We're out of here. Warden Lagarde, I'd like to take one more look around the yard now. Oh, darlings, you don't have homes your own to go to? Visiting hours is over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, No, it's imperative that we investigate right away. I think you had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went home. 2 Betty buys, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Ugh. Come on now, darlings. Don't make it a bore with all that I'm the warden in order nonsense. Warden the guard is right. Her words are law here. We must respect her wishes. Mr. Redruth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait till tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go. Fine. At least tomorrow it is for me. Judge Givell believes that the knight's body was dropped down the well and then taken through Mr. Caraseto's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She has also believed that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body, but that was really the only one with the opportunity to do so. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, tomorrow is another day. We'll figure out the way to save Simeon. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. Hell yeah. How much of this do we have left of this case? Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally be the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. Judge Gavell's deduction yesterday. There's another possibility. One seemed to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done it but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question is surely to show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Unnecessary evidence had been removed from the remaining evidence had been rearranged. Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it. A dried well-sharp bang in the middle of the prison. Figures it'd be locked. Well, lucky I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do well to investigate by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa. What is it, Kay? Or what is it, Kay? The lock's broken, and from here it looks of it. It's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavell's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. Then during the performance, he threw the body down the well. What are you thinking, Miles Areno? Plausible, or no? Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? We'll be able to tell us if Mr. Saint or Mr. Knight's body and which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe. Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You betcha. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons on the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yeah, sure. I'll be right there before you know it. So what shall we do when we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? Kind of fun. Fun idea, kiddo. But where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call one of your more practical skills. I think we know the one. Oh, you bet I do. The crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing the Great Thief's little secret weapon, the Little Thief. I'm surprised they waited so long to use this. I thought they were going to use this in the last one. They did not. Whoa, screens are appearing in thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. You want to talk to me? Or want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now? I'm inputting everything we need to know for the simulation. Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It is a device that can recreate a crime scene at a specific moment in time based on the data you feed it. How about I start off with a recreation of what Yard looked like yesterday? Good idea. That was when we were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to, well, then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something. Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep beep bop beep. That's all the data. We just gotta pump in the projection power to the max and dark skies of the evening when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the power of the real, modern-day Robin Hood. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, remodeled on the data I gave the little thief. This gadget was a tool by the original Yatagrasu, but they used it to plan robberies. But there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind, it can only create what you tell it to. It can't simulate things that it doesn't have data for. So if the data itself contains mistakes, then you wind up with those mistakes in the recreation too. But this is particular recreation based on Kay's photo, so we couldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Don't forget, you can examine stuff in recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence and try to clear up any inconsistencies you find. Of course, thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. Should we examine this area carefully? It may, or should we examine this area carefully? It may hold the clue we need. This is a bunch of pulleys doing here. They don't seem to be, well, pulleys for lifting buckets. There's a sturdy looking hemp rope lying on the ground. Kind of reminds me of the rope they used for playing tug of war in school. The answer is no, Kay. What? Did you? I didn't even say anything yet. I see. It also has a metal stake attached to the one at the end. Oh yeah, it looks like something you'd use to put up a tent. But there was no tent. Was there? In which case, what was it used for? This? It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs... the projection makes it look a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? Sure was, 30 pounds. What does anyone need for such a heavy weight for, anyway? It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. The well was behind the stage, which means there aren't many people that could have thrown Knight's body down during the show. This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint. So what does all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. Is there something else here? But there's something I missed. It looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of a bucket though. Was that it? That was it. Yes, this is where the circus stage, this is where the circus stage show stood. Do you think the people were interested in the great thieving show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. That was the same as the you doofuses. These chairs must have been for the audience. Wow, I pity whoever had to use it or had to put them all away. Really, why? Huh. You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh? Not personally. I've told other people to do it though. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while. Grr. I'll consider it. Oh, wrong button. A wicker basket, or rather a cart giving the wheels. Hey, would it be fun to have a race down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill in office chairs. What are you gonna come? That's the same as that. What was the name of Trunk Happy Friend again? Isaiah the Asian elephant. Of course, how could I forget? Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it? Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth. Not in front of the poor elephant herself. I suspect there's all fine now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon too. Okay, can you power down Mr. Thief now? Sure thing. Perhaps prepare to return to normality. Sorry, sir, I came as quick as I could. Did I miss anything that had to do with the little thief? Speak of the devil. Ah, detective. That was indeed impressively quick. Missile is looking rather pissed. You know me, sure. Never did like keeping you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way, too, Regina. No problem. It seemed to be way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day. It's very much appreciated. Alright, detective. Let's get started with Missile. Yeah, sure. Hey, Missile. Over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Alligator? Eek! Alligator! Or else, oh, wrong person. Guess she's not a fan, sure. Well, I doubt there would be much of help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Mazzarino? Yes, actually. Miss Barry, would you mind lending us a hand? Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I simply like an account of what happened or what the yard looked like during the show. I like where this is going. You think of using the little thief again, am I right? If you could be so kind. Okay, I plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Hey, you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show. Missile's magically not in the way. The time in which the body, or the time the body was reported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing, like magic. No magic here, just sweet data. Which is why, the area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it looked like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself. No. It's all my frilly associate's fault. Objection, vendor. Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now. But we still have other data too. I can switch back to whatever you want, the recreation of them taking down the stage. So we can examine both scenes during and after the show. And switch between at will. I can switch between the recreations by triangle to talk to Decay. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Begin investigation. And where did what's-his-face go? A story of forbidden love, a tiger, and an elephant. I wish I could have seen it. I wish I could have seen Simeon up there on the stage too. Oh, he was wonderful. The way he flew off that stage. Ah, yes, that scene. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain is no longer is no longer in the performance. Roughly, how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage, Miss Berry? Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes. Just as Judge Gabel said. Isn't that pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy from off the stage? Not at all. Isaiah's very gentle. I'm not sure if this changes much if she flings him gently or roughly. Too gentle, in fact. When he first rehearsed it, she was barely nudged him. But in the end, he was flying off the stage. Not because of Isaiah, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick apparently isn't that amazing. A trick. Do you have an idea of that trick? Who, me? Oh. It was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show. Though we know that there were a few empty seats during the performance. Huh? Something about the space. The way the seats are arranged. Reminds me kind of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid. You entered a karaoke contest? Sure did. I came in second. Even in the depths of night. No other bird dares take flight. One alone soars to shine, the lights of the righteous on the world's plight. Tell me, you didn't actually sing that. I sure did. She will take a second place, or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal the first place? I'm overthinking this. It's the pen that held Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Now empty, the lady herself is on stage. I wonder how they got her here in the first place. What do you mean? Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kind of risky, no? Not if one turned off the electricity. Yeah, but then the prisoners would escape. Though the entrance is blocked by an elephant, I think not. The real puzzler. Alright, I'll need to give it some more thought. She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her up to it. This basket was empty in the other recreation. Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty when in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier. Oh? That basket is holding Isaiah's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry. Disappearing apples. Should have made note of this. That's one impressive fence. Should have climbed if I... Please don't. It's electrified. I wonder if there's what's on the other side. The warden's office, I believe. I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets. This facility would function better as a zoo than a prison. The Great Thief's secret weapon. Color me intrigued. Mazzarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, yeah? Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm cool, okay? I can keep it a secret. If anything for the truth, am I right? It is possible that a vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it. Relax. Like I said, just zip it and nod politely, while you cats do your thing. Thank you. It would be very helpful. Whimper. As bad as it looks, sure. The poor little guy's scared of his skin. We'd hope to have him back at that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Don't say a word, sure. I know what you're looking for. It's written all over your face. Is it? This one may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is a good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too. I have never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know when you need either of them, Detective. So do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? Sure do. I have many little friends here. It's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties, the old faces and the new. I made a few friends only yesterday. Allie is just the cutest. Cute? That full-grown alligator is lurking in the depths of the pond. Are you sure about that? I can't help worrying that you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing a great... I heard she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so sorry. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right. Yeah, totally. Super worried. Right, Mr. Redruff? Yeah, super. Don't rope me in on this. It would appear what we are missing is the data for this point in this time. Yet that's about the size of it. You gotta steal us some data. I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. Well then, more of a act first, think later gal. Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have ordered your arrest. I'm gonna say this. He uses the pulley system if she's gentle. Yeah. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene could have something to do with the items we found by the well. I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up a recreation from when they were tearing down the stage? You got it. Taking another look at these items. Could they have not been used for the trick of Mr. Saints? Sounds plausible enough. They could have maybe been... Maybe I could add it to the simulation. Good idea. Please go ask Mr. Saint for the details. Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh no. Now I'm back. I'm back. And he told me exactly how he did it. Excellent. Well, does it work? He said he used the pulley from the top of the well to suspend heavy weight from the rope and lowered it down the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 or more pulleys that was tied around his body. I see. So he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted to? He used a stake on top of it, that's how. But Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right. And to do that, he used the second length of the rope. He tied to the stake. And then went to... He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well. It's a great treat. I have to steal it. This one has to go to the Great Thief's repertoire. It may not be quite that easy. These kind of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing an idea won't be enough. Alright, practice it is then. Well, before you run away, to do so, would you mind updating the simulation? Oh, right. Then we can see how it will work for ourselves. Alright, switching back to the recreation of the performance. Now then, add in all the data. The little thief should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed this trick. It's midnight already? Holy crap. Yeah, let's not make this super long. Let's pick this up on Friday. Oh, did I just save in the wrong spot? Yep, sure did. I don't need to save spots. Alright guys, let's pick this up Friday. I will see you all then. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you on Friday. See you then, guys.